get this show started, shall we? So yesterday we started building out the general form on the Jerboa, and we're going to continue that today. I'm hoping to get at least the bulk of that done so we can bake the general shape and get that set in place. And then when we come back on Thursday, we can go ahead and start detailing and texturing and all that good stuff. So essentially what that would entail is filling out a little bit more of the pelvis and the chest area, leveling out the back, the neck, forming the head and the arms to some extent. And then he should be good to go for a bake. But a lot of work to do today. We'll see how much we get done. Hopefully we can get it to that point, and we'll do our best. That's all we can do, right? Really appreciate all the support on the stream yesterday. You guys were awesome. Thank you guys so much for all the lurks and hanging out with me while we get this project underway. Very much appreciate it. And happy Tuesday to y'all. I hope you guys' week is going pretty well so far. Things are going pretty smooth here for the most part. But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and get this thing started here, shall we? I did go ahead and get some clay worked up, but I think first and foremost we need to, I did drill a hole through the abdomen there, the torso, upper torso. It's semi-straight, straight enough. We can correct it. It's not like that has to be the absolute joint of the arm, so we should be good. So first things first, spool of wire, and we're going to double this up and twist it with the drill. So I'm going to go ahead and get kind of like a base length, and then we'll double that up. And I don't want to be too wasteful with wire, but we also want some excess for sure. So let's see. I'll bend it there, and then we'll double that length. All right, and then we'll go ahead and snip it there, and then get the drill and do our thing. Hopefully I don't shred my gloves within the first 5 minutes today. Not that nitrile gloves are expensive, but I try to reuse them as much as possible to avoid substantial waste, you know? All right, so go ahead and crimp this down as much as I can. New playlist today too, by the way. This is mostly 80s, a little 70s, 80s, but mostly 80s. And I made it myself, so I know what's in here. Hey, I love this song. Imagine that, I made the playlist. All right, so we just go ahead and feed this in and lock it down, right? This is kind of fun, honestly. Just got to be careful not to put your eye out. And because I'm eye level with this, I'm going to go ahead and stand up. Seems like a good idea. And we'll clamp it here. Like that. Easy peasy. Now the question is, will it fit through the drill? Or through the drilled hole, rather. Oh, wrong way. All right. Oh boy. Why am I guess I can't complain too much considering these were free, but come on now. Whatever. Whatever. Now, question is, can we fit this sucker through here? Oh, stabbed myself. Perfect. Perfect. Welsh Jenny, hello. Welcome in, Jenny. How you doing today? He's got super long arms. How you doing today? No stabby, please. Nah, thankfully it was the bent end, not the pointy end. All right, we can go ahead and trim these down a tad bit. Not too much just yet, but a little bit. We'll take like an inch off. Let me go ahead and get that guy out of the way so I can properly snip it. All right. Look at that. He's got arms. Hooray. I'm good. Sorry, I'm a little late. Hey, no worries. You're not late. You got here when you could, right? And we literally just got things started here, so no big deal. Didn't miss much of anything. We put the wire through, and that's about it, really. Twisted the wire. You missed that part. That's the exciting stuff. Putting that thing in the drill and twisting it. Yeah, I'm getting there. I just looked over and saw I hadn't switched yet, so I'm gonna switch over now. Sorry about that. Got a little bit excited to get that wire done and got ahead of myself. Yeah, I love the twisting the wire. It's fun, especially with this wire and not the general purpose wire that tends to like want to just do its own thing. This stuff is super nice. The aluminum armature wire. Once you bend it, get it in the drill, it just winds up. It doesn't want to fight you, which is always a good thing, right? As I was saying earlier, we got the armature for the arms in. We're just going to kind of build out his shoulders, the back, the pelvis area, continue to work on this region and shape his head and get his neck in there. Once we're done with that stuff, like the basic general form, I'm going to get this guy into bake, and I'm hoping we can get to that point today. That way, Thursday, when we come back, we can start laying on thin layers of cast clay that we can then use for texture detail, and then start going into the fur texture and all of that good stuff. So his head got a little bit lumpy. We're probably going to smooth that out. Probably happened when I drilled his arms, I suspect. So I got him out on the 1, 2, 3 blocks here. I didn't clamp him. I just put these together. I'm gonna have to get some different bolts to act as a clamp on this proper, being that the armature wires are small. Trying to get this thing close enough using these is a little bit difficult, so I'll get some proper bolts there with an unthreaded bit that I can feed through and then just bolt it down. Not a big deal. But these things are super nice because they weigh so much, you know. But anyway, it'll also be handy with painting like small bits and bobs. If I've got them on like a little armature, I can stick them in there and paint it and be done with it. And this is metal, so if it gets paint on it, I can scrape it off. No big deal. Rose, hello, welcome. Good morning. Hello from the corner. You back to work? Back to work on your dragon? And I already got that clay worked in this morning, so we got a whole brick. What was left of this container is all ready to go. And I suspect that should be more than enough to get us through today, because like I said, we're not going to be doing a whole lot of building at this point. We got the bulk of it. We're just going to be kind of adding to it, building out the proper forms. So let's go ahead Get some clay on these arms first and foremost. Oh, and I printed out some references in color. I think this is the color scheme I'm going to go with. Although I kind of like this also. What do you guys think? Like the gray and cream white, or like the beiges? The only thing I have against this, because I really like this one as a general idea, the only thing I have against it is his base is going to be desert. So maybe like a gray would make him pop out a little bit more. And then we could go with the yellow eyes. I don't know. Doing a bit more work on my new corset. Oh, nice. You agree with the gray? Yeah, that might be cool. And they're both relatively the same pattern. You know, in game you can run into Jerboas that are crazy colors and stuff, but I'm going to avoid that because I avoid that in game. I don't like the crazy color stuff. I like the more natural color stuff. So, yeah, probably go with gray. And then they've got like stripes across their back. So we would do like a dark charcoal maybe. And then like up there at the top of his head, right in this region, like a dark charcoal line. Should be fun to paint with the fur texture, I'm sure. Need snacks? No worries, no worries. Rose, you say gray too? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just to make it kind of stand out a little bit from the base. So, all right. So this is kind of the pose I'm going to go with, I think. Let's go ahead and fix that leg angle slightly because I brought him in a little bit thinking we were going to do something else, but... And then, of course, the clay on the bottom of his legs here, just wanted to get some clay on there. It's not even shaped, so... I did correct a couple things with this leg that I noticed I did wrong last night. Let's bring this one in. That's going to be this portion here. And then this would, of course... I'm going to need my pliers. This part right here would go into the base. We'll have to trim it, of course, but for right now, we'll leave the excess. Looks like he's really excited. He's celebrating something here. Go ahead and set him down so I can... I think we went a little bit long there. That arm goes down a little bit. Comes out this way. feel like, yeah, I put that elbow a little bit too high on both sides. Let's go ahead and fix that. All right, so on this side, we want the elbow, or we want the shoulder to go down. And then bring that out. That way. A little bend there. We'll leave it like that for now. We'll leave it like that for now. Silver Moonlight 34, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing today? Fire Shadow, hello, good morning. I'm a bit sleepy today, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I was up late working on the showcase video for the candle is done, and I have it scheduled for Friday morning, no, Friday afternoon on the Feral Moon Designs YouTube channel, link there in the chat right now. And thumbnail, all that, got it all set and ready. And then I was working on some other odds and ends. Actually went to go play some Fallout 76 and couldn't stop thinking about stuff I needed to do, and went back to working on stuff I need to do. And then it was 1 o'clock, and I was like, I better go to bed. Sleepy Feral, yeah. Yep, that's me. But I'll be all right. I got my energy drink and had my cup of coffee this morning, so we'll make it. Nothing's gonna stop us. I'll switch over to the split view here in a moment. There we go. We'll fix that when we put his neck on. All right, I'm going to leave that as it is for right now because we're going to be filling out this general area. In fact, go ahead and roll some clay out. Let's see what is. Go with that. We'll go with that. Another hot day today. Yesterday it was almost 90. That's about the same today. Appropriate for the song. Yep. All right. And then I'm going to make a little bit of like a wedge shape, I suppose. Hmm. It's a bit much. A little bit much. A nice chill 15 Celsius where I am. Man, I love like 50, 60s Fahrenheit. Once it gets above 70, I don't like it so much. And I think we're at the point where we're going to be commonly above 70. I think that's why, probably one of the reasons why I like fall so much. Autumn, what have you. Love me some hoodie weather. It gets especially warm this time of year in here with my reptile tank and the lights. Overcast, aka typical British weather. I'm gonna roll this out. I may as well keep this thing handy. We may need it from time to time today. And a little bit down in this region because we want it to blend a little bit more. Back snacks and crochet project acquired. Very nice. I should have brought myself a Nutri-Grain bar in here to snack on, but I forgot. Oh well. Oh well. I can grab one on break. Fire Shadow, how's your day going, sir? You're still there? And basically, once I get all this on here, we'll start blending it in and all that good stuff. I'll also take my scraping tool and kind of smooth things out when we're all set and ready today, so. Oh, let's see. Going okay, trying to stay cool. How about you? Same. You having some hot weather there too? Hot and humid. Yuck. Gross. I'm definitely glad I got my mowing done on, what day was that? Saturday or Sunday? Must have been the video version. Hey, look, shapes are coming together. I like that. That's always a good thing. All right, let's start blending and shaping. Let's see. I can get this guy just in case. I'm gonna get, where's my new tool? Here you are. Get out here. Anything else? Maybe this guy. Got this guy. Thankfully, it's supposed to cool off a little bit for tomorrow. I can't wait. And that's good, because tomorrow I actually have to leave my house. Well, I don't have to, but I'm going to take advantage of no stream and make a trip to the store and all that good fun stuff, right? And then we'll be back at it on Thursday, of course. We should have, I keep saying this, I know, and I'm sorry, but we should have the new alerts soon. You know, I've been playing around in the meantime with Twitch's alert system. Their baked in alert system here on Twitch. Because right now I use Stream Elements, and you know what? I gotta say, like, some of the stuff on the Twitch side is impressive, but I am not impressed with the amount or lack thereof of control that you have over text placement when it comes to the alerts themselves. And I think I'm going to have to stick with Stream Elements for that stuff, because I have to be able to move the text for the follow, like let's say a follow alert, right? It pops up and it says new follower on the alert image itself, and then the alert system would put the name of the follower. But with Twitch's system, there's no way to like really fine tune where that name appears. And I need it in a specific spot overlaying the image. And I can do that on Stream Elements, But it doesn't seem like there's really much way to do it on Twitch, so I'll probably keep the alerts set up through Stream Elements and then have an overlay scene where the parachute lives and channel point redemptions live and all of that. And then we should, I would think, still get the bonus 2 animated alerts. Because even though I'm not using them for like notification alerts, I'm still using their alert system. So we'll see. Hopefully it works. Because I definitely can't do our notification alerts through the Twitch side. Not until they add a few more control features. I'm really trying to keep it in mind today that all we need is a general shape. I'm not used to this at all. Because we're going to be covering this, of course, with fur texture. And yesterday I kept wanting to like make everything to get it to almost like a final state. And we're doing things different this time, so. Like, we don't need these thighs all defined away from the body, right? We just need them on here and kind of give a little bit of definition. So, can I be cheeky and ask you to turn the music up a little bit? Absolutely. Absolutely. How is that? You guys let me know if it's too loud. I don't want it to be like fighting. I don't want to like my voice to be fighting it, but audible, you know. And I don't hear the same levels as you guys. The way I have it set up so the music doesn't end up on the VOD, I have a separate volume control for me. Is that good? Okay. And if it gets too loud, don't hesitate. Let me know by all means, because some songs obviously might be a little bit louder. It's literally right beside me, so it doesn't take much to change. That's one nice thing I love about my setup is I have sculpting here and computer stuff right there. Before we do any gaming streams, which, you know, we've talked about, they're going to still happen. They just won't be super common. That stream's run on the other computer. And I'm going to have to update all my OBS stuff now that I've been changing. Oh well. I'm getting a feel for this clay, I think, at this point. I still don't like how it's so squishy. Like, that was just from my fingers. But I'll just have to really get in the habit of having it stationary instead of handling it so much like I tend to do. We're evolving, chat. We're evolving. I'm gonna have to throw some more clay in there in a minute. Just unfortunate your hands are hot in the climate too. Yeah, right. Yeah, adding double the challenge for myself with the new stuff. But we'll make do. It'll be all right. If I have to get a small fan for the summertime that I can clip on the corner of my desk, then so be it. I kind of wish my room had 2 AC vents instead of just the one, but it's also my fault that I have so much stuff in here that generates heat. So I think what I'm going to do during the summer, my bearded dragon is weird anyway. She doesn't like the heat. She stays on the cool side of her tank. And I don't even have the hot side. We've had to like turn it down to try to encourage her to go over there, cuz it's not where it should be. It's a little bit cooler. I might turn, since we have the heat lamps during the summertime, the ceramic coil that's always on probably doesn't need to be on. That'll reduce some of the heat. I love this little spatula thing. It's handy, even with Sculpey. I think it's a little bit more effective on this, just because this stuff gets softer. Are you already using the firm cast clay? No, this is the medium. I don't have any firm, but I think the next order I put in, I'm going to order half and half. And actually, I'd probably better order one block to start off and just see how I like it. Because sometimes firm is like, oh, you sent me a rock. Okay. Let me just get my chisel. And I don't want that, but that firm Sculpey I ordered at one point, man, that stuff was awful. It was so hard. Like I couldn't even work that stuff down. Pasta machine wasn't having it. It just wasn't happening. So no, oh no, I mean like order some, like half the order, make it medium and half the order firm. You know. Like a few pounds of each. It's been a minute since I bought Sculpey, but I think this stuff is about the same price. Maybe a little bit more pricey, but I do wish I could get it local, but even Sculpey, I was running into situations where like local places didn't have any in stock and I'd have to order it online. So it is what it is. This is, can we agree that this is like one of the best bands of the 80s? Here's for Fears, man. I love them. Yeah, so this sculpt may take me a little bit of time just getting used to the material, but we'll get there. I'm already working a little bit slow just for simple fact that it's been a while since I've sculpted in general, other than of course the candle being the first one back in about a year, so where's my little, there it is. Wish I heard them more at the time, but we didn't have the radio. One of 6 kids, so there was a lot of clashing as far as music and shows came along. Yeah. I was an only child until 1991. My half brother was born. And then all the fun ended. No. Need to put a little bit of clay in there in that crevice. I don't like it. Nope, nope. I was born in 83. I'm old. I'm one of the many 83s that hang out in Andy's chat. there was a strange amount of us. So I guess I'm a tad bit older than Andy by like somewhere within a year. I don't know. He's 84, I think, right? Got to get my senior citizen card here soon. '84. Yeah, I was born towards the end of '83. Yeah, I've only done like mostly '90s stuff. Well, I haven't really done much nostalgia stuff other than the. I don't like that. Why is that? Other than the well, I guess Nightmare Before Christmas and Real Monsters. Um, but I definitely have some plans for some '80s stuff. I think it would be kind of cool. I have kind of like a portrait, a sculpted portrait idea for Garbage Pail Kids. That would be fun. And it would be something that I could hang on the wall. And maybe even something I could duplicate. But I'm not sure quite when we will get to that. Maybe once I start sculpting enough that I panic once again because I'm running out of space to put everything. Because I don't have much room to put more proper sculptures. And where's my little scrapey tool? I'm staying quiet. Hello from '90s, baby. The '90s were great. I think the '80s and '90s both were great. Even the early 2000s, in retrospect, it had its charm. When we were all excited about technology and naive to the potential problems that we were about to face. Let's see. Still find it weird that it went from VHS cassette tapes to CDs to downloads as quick as it did. Yeah. I miss the commonality of physical media. Like downloading convenience is great, you know. I own some digital copies of movies. I own some digital copies of games, and of course, like anybody that plays PC games, we've been kind of used to just digital for over a decade at this point, but I don't know, man. I miss number one, I miss video rental stores, you know? Like it's crazy that we're already within a generation that doesn't even know what that experience was. And that was fun, you know? Um and like the record stores. Now granted, you can still find those. They still exist, but not like it used to. I buy hard copies of everything if I can. Yeah. I'm I got a little bit careless at one point, and a movie would come out and we'd see it in theater, and then I'm like, "Oh, I can't wait to watch it again." And then it comes out like pre-order on Blu-ray and get it now. And I'm like, "Oh, otherwise I have to wait like 2 more months, so I'm just going to buy it digital." So, yeah. They got me sometimes with that, but that being said, the last time I bought a digital movie, the playback sucked and I got a refund, and I haven't bought another digital copy of a movie since. I remember what it was. It was during COVID, and it was Spider-Man No Way Home that I got, and it was supposed to be 4K. The freaking YouTube was like, "Oh, we're limiting videos to 1080p," and I'm like, "But I bought the movie in 4K." What? What? And yeah, that made me salty, and I refunded, and I don't intend to do that anymore. You can't just you can't just move the goalpost, you know? I bought the 4K copy, but you're only letting me watch it in 1080p? I weirded out some of my younger cousins with an old Xbox controller. Oh my god, that thing was huge, wasn't it? That thing was chunky. Now, I admit I actually prefer the Xbox controller nowadays over the PlayStation, and I was a PlayStation boy, but not anymore. But yeah, I like the offset joysticks. I don't like them in line, where it's like right here, both of them on the PlayStation. I like to have them off center. Definitely nicer. That being said, some of the features that Sony puts on their controllers is pretty cool. And they also make it go dead real quick, so you win some, you lose some, I guess. I know the head looks ridiculous with the neck at this point, but that's not the end shape of the head, so you don't need to worry. Not yet, anyway. I think we're getting a good overall shape here. Mostly. We need to fill this in some, and first thing one of them asked was, "Is it wireless?" Yeah, it's crazy to think back when wireless controllers weren't the norm. And if you wanted a wireless controller, you were going to pay a nice little extra price for it. Yeah, one thing that kind of came about and was short-lived with the rapid growth of technology was, remember like TiVo and stuff like that? Record and rewind live television. And it's like, oh, don't need that anymore. And let's see, I need to build up these shoulders a bit. Let's get some little chunks here. Oh. Dropping stuff. Still my USB MP3 player. Or a longer wire. Oh yeah, yeah, you get the like cable extensions and stuff. And matter of fact, I think I still have one of my old PlayStation USB extenders. I remember there wasn't there also there's something you could get that plugged into your controller that made it wireless or something. I don't know. Hell, I remember having these things that were made specifically for gaming that it would they're like these two boxes and one of them plugged into your modem or your router and the other plugged into the back of your system. And this was like when online console gaming first became a thing. You could plug those things in and it was like a wireless transmitter for your internet. Very much a PS controller girl. I used to be. Like I said, I used to be. And then when I got my first Xbox and started using the Xbox controller, I was like, oh, this is so much more comfortable for me, you know? So just a preference thing, but I need a smaller spoon. Where are you at? I'm starting to see this come together. I know it still doesn't look like much, but I'm starting to see it come together in my head. And I'm feeling a little bit more at ease, but that could change quickly. So we'll see. I built this Jerboa on hopes and dreams. And maybe a little bit of luck. Yeah, I need to fill in that front of that shoulder a little bit. All right. Use the bigger one and we'll smooth this out. Make it not look like so much of a mess. I shared your stream in Andy's Discord, not realizing you did it already. Oh, no worries. Thank you, though. Yeah, I definitely appreciate all the support. New channel and all, you know. And like what's the Irish Island was saying, I guess I need to get a pet camera. Put a camera on the rat cage, even though you guys won't see much because they'll just lounge in their hammock and you won't see anything. Or on the other side of things, you'll get to see Pixie being a jerk and making a mess. She loves to do that. My rat, Hazel's an angel, though. She doesn't do anything like that. Get to see the rats of the dragon. I was thinking about, on occasion, getting the rats out for a minute and giving them a treat. Like right here. Put something down so they don't pee all over my stuff, but that's the only downside of rats. They can't control their bladder. But on the other side of things, they can actually be litter trained, which is pretty crazy. It's just the pee. The pee goes wherever the pee goes. That is the one downside with rats. Yeah, that was a pretty quick, nice little shoulder there. I'm okay with it. And then, of course, with that downside with rats, you've got the cleaning of the cage. Have to be a little bit thorough with that. At least every other cleaning. And then even still, you're going to have a bit of a cage odor, you know. Kind of like ferrets, but I honestly don't mind the musky smell of ferrets. At first, it was real strong. Ours isn't that bad, though. She doesn't smell so bad. And kind of grown accustomed to the musky odor. And the only time you really smell it is if you're holding her. Ferrets are real bad if you bathe them because then their body produces more of that oil. And so, yeah, if you have ferrets, don't bathe them because you're going to make that worse. They'll take care of themselves. They're like cats. I see Blame Minchie's rat. I mean, it's true, though. Her rat is a little jerk sometimes. She takes all the food out of their bowl and, like, hides it in their hammock, which is annoying. Or like the fleece that I have on the bottom, it's clamped on the bottom of the cage, and she'll tear it up and then eat holes through the fleece and completely shred it. Like, why do you have to be such a jerk? You're cute and I love you, but stop. That rat though, and my rat Hazel, she loves a good scratch behind her ears and stuff, but she doesn't like to be held for too long. Um, she wants to kind of do her thing. And Pixie though, man, that is a she's a people rat. It's crazy. She'll just sit like a cat and let you pet her. I've had mice and gerbils in the past. Always wanted rats. Rats are great. I think they're probably one of the most underrated animals as far as pets go. And they're smart. You can train them to do all sorts of stuff. It's just, like I said, um, clean their cage a couple times a week. And if you let them run around, best to do it on a towel or a pee pad or something, like a puppy pad or something. All right. So we got some shoulders in place. I'm just going to kind of spin them around and look, see what I need. We need to do these bottom of the legs just a little bit, at least at the joint. Build that at some. I don't like this shoulder yet. No, I don't like this one. That needs filled in the back. That's why. We've had 24 minutes. Mice and 10 gerbils altogether. Did have a 90-liter tank with tropical fish too. Let that die off over time. I was getting difficult to keep it clean. Yeah, fish are cool, but I hate dealing with tanks, so I don't do fish. I don't deal with that. That's too much. And you can't even, like, other than looking at them, you know? Can't really interact with them too much. At least with the bearded dragon, I can interact with her, and her tank is, I mean, other than when she makes a mess, you just kind of spot clean that out. Wipe things down every once in a while, and she's fine. Only problem with her tank is I have a natural substrate in there, and when she gets rambunctious, it throws up dust, which adds to the dust in here. Ooh, some prints. Okay. I'm going to take a little bit of a breather break here and sit back for a second. I wish I have to change this camera a little bit. Let's see. At what stage are you going to decide on the pose? Got to fix that. I've kind of positioned him roughly as to the pose. So we're going with something similar to this. So at the beginning of the stream, I kind of bent his legs accordingly, and his arms are in a roundabout position. I'll have to trim them up and move them a little bit as we progress here, but right now they're kind of just out of the way. They'll go a little bit more flush to the sides of his chest here. And then these will get trimmed down because they're way too long yet, but and the tail I'll do last. so that can be positioned at any time. Yeah, so hmm. Well, that didn't work. Surprising how many animals have that T-Rex pose. Yeah. Even rats, you know, when they stand up, their arms come in like that. I would like to do a rat sculpture at some point. That would be fun. Raven first, though. I could sculpt Hazel, but Hazel's huge. I say she's just big boned, but and well loved. You gonna give him movement in the wrists, but like posable, or I'll probably just like bend it down slightly and then, you know, do the little hand pose. Um, no armature on the fingers. They're minimal, so we should be fine there. If this was Sculpey, I would do armature on the fingers, just for support, but this stuff we're pretty much fine without it. Uh, goodness. Hey, Alvendon Gaming coming in with the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Alvendon Gaming, thank you so much for the raid, man. How was your stream? If you're here yet. We're just working on a rough general shape on our sculpture here before we bake the form and start adding detail and all of that. We'll switch over to a more viewable space here. Welcome in, Raiders. Let me switch over to the other screen here for a moment. In fact, we'll go over here so you can see some of my other stuff. Yep, stream ended well. When you be coming back to DRB? I don't know, man. I went ahead and told them it's probably best to just take me out of the stream team because my gaming time is secondary at this point. But Red Dead Roleplay is definitely on the list of things to do when we do have gaming time, you know? And right there, did that work? That worked, right? That did not work because I used the wrong command. There we go. Let's try that again. Guys, linked in the chat there. Alvendon Gaming plays a lot of Red Dead Roleplay. If that's something you're interested in, definitely give him a follow, check him out, show some love. And Raiders, welcome in. And Alvendon Gaming, thank you so much for the raid, man. But yeah, I was doing the Red Dead Roleplay stuff, but streaming early in the day just wasn't very conducive because peak times and all of that. And I was already working towards getting the sculpting stuff set up, and we're finally up and running with that. And we'll still be doing gaming on the channel, but it's kind of like maybe once a week, if we have free time kind of thing, you know? And I haven't even had a chance to do any DRB in my free time, so I've been so busy working on stream stuff and project stuff and everything else. All work and no play, you know what I mean? But the good news is I enjoy this work, so not so much Jack is a dull boy kind of stuff, right? Can't believe I missed the Jack build. Yeah, well, Jenny, that was the end of 2022. December 2022, I believe it was. Towards the end of 2022 is when I started the YouTube channel. And then I was doing that consistently back to back for like 6 months. And then I just hit a brick wall and I needed a little bit of a break. And then life happened and that break took longer than expected. And we're finally back. So Friday, I'm excited because Friday will be the first video on the YouTube channel in 9 months, 10 months, somewhere in that ballpark, because the little Korok on the rocket, that was the last project I completed for the channel. Didn't know you then. Nope. But Jenny, I definitely absolutely plan to sculpt Jack in his normal suit this year towards Halloween time. Let me snooze this ad real quick. We'll delay that for another 5 minutes. But yeah, definitely want to do another Jack in his proper Halloween attire this time. It won't be quite as fun as the first Jack sculpture, just because the dioramic nature of it, the Christmas tree and the presents and the lights, that was a lot of fun for me. But ever since I did that, I've been wanting to do Jack in his normal Halloween suit. So I plan on doing that this year for sure. But yeah, as you can see, Raiders, if you're coming in, some of the work on screen is stuff that I've completed, and you can find videos on all of that right there, linked in the chat on the YouTube channel at FeralMoonDesigns. There's full videos showing the process and showcases at the end of each video, showing off the completed project. And moving forward, I've decided, since I'm streaming all of our projects, you can watch more of the process than ever before. So I'm going to save myself the time in editing. And the videos that go on the YouTube channel are going to specifically focus on the project's end result as a showcase video. And then all of the VODs are uploaded to my secondary channel, the FeralMoonTV on YouTube, and linked through the main channel. So it's all right there, readily available. I'll have each project in its own individual playlist. So if anybody wants to see the process, they can always go back. And, you know, I have it as a library of my work, and I think that's pretty cool. So pretty happy with the way I got things set up. And I think it's going to work out pretty smoothly. So feed me, Seymour. Yeah. That was my Mario Little Shop of Horrors mashup. I took inspiration from the piranha plants in Mario, of course, and the well, Audrey too, from Little Shop of Horrors, of course. All right, we'll go back over here. And yeah, like I said, today we just started this project yesterday. We're working on a Jerboa. This is a rough idea of the pose. It's kind of a combination, honestly. This is more for color reference and like arm posing in the face. But he's not going to be standing quite so upright. He's going to be more... Well, I don't have it, but more of like a little bit of a crouched pose than standing upright. I don't want it to be too god-awful tall, because it's already going to be wide. So... So yeah, we're just working on a general shape right now. And working out all the details, so... So welcome in. And the Mandrake? I appreciate that, Jenny. Thank you. I really enjoy this stuff. I used to sculpt a lot as a kid, and I would enter into the county fair, you know. Won some ribbons and stuff. And then I just stopped, and I don't know why. Now, I know this looks ridiculous, but I'm just placing some things on here I want to get an idea. Like, these are not going to be obviously the real ears, but I just want to see something. We could almost change our plans and go with a slinking cat. His eyes are too far apart too, almost. Granted, we're talking like millimeters here, but can't wait to see the ears and the little snout. They're my favorite bits. Yeah, those ears are going to be fun. Sarcastically. I'm sure they won't be too bad, but put basically... God, how big do they have to be? So probably looking at like up here, and then run the wire armature along the outer rim. And I'll probably like fit that form with foil just to give it a little bit of an underlayer support. I'm just visualizing, so don't mind me. Actually looking forward to its Beats Claws too. Got a raptor vibe going on. Yeah, I'm gonna do pre-baked claws and jam them in for his talons, his little finger claws and toe claws. I was thinking about doing the same with some little teeth that slightly protrude beyond the, very slightly, just for a little added detail, and also it would kind of give that a little bit more formation. Wednesday, tomorrow, when I go to the store, I need to remind myself to get some fishing line, whiskers, and also the little whiskers for eyelashes that they have. Well, we're gonna need general shaping here, so let's get to it, right? Yeah, for those of you that may not know, when I got the stream up and running, I very much always intended that we were working towards sculpting streams, right? But while I was doing that and working to get things in order and get myself ready and kind of just get comfortable with the stream and get the stream where I wanted it, I was streaming some gaming, and one of those things was Red Dead Roleplay. And I played on Dakota River Bend's server. So that's where Alvenden was from and referring to. You have to do prepared holes for the whiskers or they will melt in the oven. Oh yeah, for sure. I'll do it kind of like I did with Crumb's body hairs. And since we're doing the fur texture, what I'll do is wait till after the fur texture, obviously, and then kind of poke those holes in between the overlapping fur so you don't notice them. Yeah, glad you like the Mandrake. Mandrake didn't get much love. It's ugly, I know, but he's supposed to be ugly. And that's why I love him. I had fun with that project. I got to age up that terracotta pot. That was a lot of fun. I got to do the antiqued paper for the label on there. That was fun. Stuff I don't normally get to do, you know? I don't know. Maybe we'll see where we are at the end of the day. I keep telling myself like, oh, I want to get this done so we can do this on Thursday, but there's really no need to rush it, you know? I'm just excited to get it beyond a this looks awful phase. Yeah, he's supposed to be ugly. I love my Harry Potter. Me too. We got huge into it last year. We rewatched all the movies, and then the Hogwarts Legacy game came out, and we really fell down that rabbit hole again. Hence the 2 or 3 Harry Potter themed projects I did. And while I was working on the projects, I had the movies playing in the background. So that was fun. I like using little shapes to. This is something that I've been gradually working towards, and I definitely like this method. We'll wait to do the brow. In fact, I'll wait to do that forehead ridge when we do the brow. Imagine doing Harry's Patronus. That would be. I'm not a good enough painter to do that. That would be the bulk of it. Is trying to make it look ethereal, you know? I gotta say though, for my first animal sculpt, I don't think I'm doing so bad. I think it's starting to come together. Coming along nicely. Those simple face features helps a bunch, right? Yeah, it doesn't look like, oh, whatever the hell it looked like before. A squirrel with a golf ball stuck on his head. I'm still really debating on how I really want to tackle the fur. I know some of you guys are familiar with C Not Bush here on Twitch. I really, if you've seen his little, what's he call it? The rat lord or whatever that he's working on recently. If you've seen the process that he's doing for the fur on that, God, it's amazing. Tedious as all hell, but essentially and it was a brilliant idea. I saw he used like the top of a candle for like a little work surface. Brilliant. So I saved my candle holder top. It's good thinking. And then he'll roll the clay out and kind of, oh, well. And he'll kind of pull it away. A bunch of these, right? And then he'll go in and I'm just doing a crappy version of it. But essentially like a bunch of little fur pieces and layer them, and God, the end result's so good, but God, is that tedious. Otherwise, essentially I just like roll out a straight snake of clay and kind of to the same effect. I roll the tip to a point, pull it, and then just layer a bunch, and then I go in and start blending those. So you still get that texture. We'll work it out. Maybe a bit of both. Maybe a bit of both. Like on the back here, I need a little bit, like where the lines are across his back. There's going to be a little bit of a fluff for those lines, like a mange almost. But yeah, we'll see. I guess we've got time yet. And the good news is you'll have a structural underneath, like bake beforehand. So if I start doing it and I hate it, I can just peel it all off. But yeah, I thought that little clever guy, that C Not. I really like a lot of the little, I mean, he's been doing this for a while and streaming it for a while. So I guess it's to be expected. You know, you start working with this stuff and you're like, what can I do to make this easier for myself or better for you guys? And you get that experience in and you can start making those little tweaks, right? But like the harmonica neck holder to hold the camera for first person perspective, brilliant. Brilliant. I'm afraid I move around too much for that. You guys would be seeing my desk, my computer, all kinds of stuff. Not so much the sculpt though. When he moves a lot, it makes me a little sick. Yeah, I could see that. I thankfully don't really worry too much with motion sickness, but I could see where that would become a little nauseating. I do think that the eyeballs, it would probably be best to get those fitted and formed prior to the upcoming bake that I'm going to do. I don't want to run into a situation where I'm kind of limited on what I can do because the underlayer is, cured. So probably fit the eyes and position those before. Hey, hold on a second, chat. Let me go check on the dog. The old dog's having a rough day. I want to make sure she's doing all right. I just heard something, so gotta keep her in the kitchen today because she got sick. I'm afraid we are approaching a point in time that nobody really wants to deal with when they own pets, you know? Not to bring down the room, but that's just where we're at with things. I don't even like to, it's not even my dog, but I don't like to talk about it either. It's not fun, you know? All right, yeah. Give me, what time is it anyway? 12:47. We got about an hour until she gets her meds. Oh well. I'll be right back. Also, why did it get dark all of a sudden? The pasta machine was in the way of the light. That's why. All right. I will be right back. Yeah, Chad, I'm gonna be a minute, so bear with me. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Radiant Moon, welcome in. Sorry about the delay. Had to clean up vomit. Yay. So, yeah, that's been my day today. Thank God I had nitrile gloves on already, but now I need new ones, so give me a second. What you working on? We are making a jerboa. We started him yesterday. Not exactly this pose, but right now I'm just getting the general form, and once that's ready, I'll give them a bake, and then we'll layer on some thin clay for texture detailing and also doing the fur texture and all of that. And Radiant Moon, thank you for the follow. We got all the moons. What? Silver Moonlight, Radiant Moon. All right. What were we doing? I was working on something. All right. Gotta finish blending this. Yeah, it'll be a little bit it'll be a little bit fluffy when we get to that point for sure. That's part of the idea with this project. This is it's a lot of firsts, this project. It's my first animal sculpt, because I've never really done anything with an animal like armature, you know. It's the first time that I've used exclusively cast clay, because normally the primary clay that I use is Sculpting, but I'm switching. What else? Oh, it's going to be my first messing with this fur texture method. Either one of them, for that matter. So, lots of firsts, lots of learning, lots of hoping that it turns out. And so far, it's taken shape. I just need to not rush myself, because I keep getting it in my head that I want to have the general form done today so we can start detailing on Thursday's stream. But, I mean, if we don't get it done, we don't get it done. It's fine. We'll work on it more Thursday, regardless. No need to rush. That was kind of a fun lesson with the candle that we finished last week also. My first candle I really loved, but I knew even after completing it, like, oh, I keep seeing these spots, you know, like, oh, I wish I would have caught this. And ultimately it boils down to, I wish I spent more time on him instead of rushing to get things done for YouTube videos. And I'm happy I did, because I think the end result on that candle shows. So now I'm all sweaty from having to go clean up puke. Ugh. Candle was pretty good, thanks. Yeah, he was fun. And just to kind of reiterate for anybody that may have missed it yesterday, I am playing around with the stream schedule now. It's posted on the schedule page here on Twitch, but ultimately I'm running with basically, let's see, Mondays and Thursdays would be 1 p.m. Eastern to around 5 p.m. Eastern. And then today, Tuesdays would be 11 to 3 Eastern. And then Fridays are scheduled 11 to 3 as a potential bonus stream. No promises on that, but I did put it on the schedule just in case, because chances are I'll at least every other week be streaming on Fridays. And then Sundays, I'm going to leave off the schedule, but there's always the possibility of seeing me go live on a Sunday for, like, on a rare occasion, maybe I want to work some more on something, but mostly as a potential Sunday fun day with Minchie, playing some games together. So, and I'll see how it goes, and if we need to make adjustments down the road, we will. Holy crap, man. It's coming together, and I like that. I'm happy with that. Can't do anything? Oh, I'm sure that's not true. I'm definitely not one of those people. I know there's definitely folks out there that are kind of snobbish about art and the process of doing art. And quite honestly, that's absurd. Creativity is creativity is creativity. And if you're doing something and it's producing an end result, then that's all that matters, right? And in my eyes, oh, this song, I love it. In my eyes, this kind of thing is it's for me anyway. It's a lot of things. I need a creative outlet, or I'll lose my shit, you know. And a creative outlet for me is essential. And in the process of doing these things I enjoy, I like to compare, like my candle, for instance. It was really cool after I completed it to look back at the old candle and see where I've improved. and in making the new candle using new techniques that I've learned since. And that's kind of what it's all about, right? Making something, having fun with it, learning, improving. So, yeah. I don't know why some people have to be art snobs, and thankfully I haven't encountered that here on Twitch. I've seen it with a couple channels on YouTube, but every community is going to have some stinkers, you know. Art's subjective and different for everyone. Yeah, it's really why I loved art classes, you know. But I really struggled with grasping, like, how are you going to sit here and give me a grade, right? Especially on projects that weren't about specific techniques. And I'm just kind of getting things shaped right now. It doesn't need to be smooth. Again, this is all going to get covered up. So we're just going for general form, but I also don't want lumps and bumps. Take a break from that face for a few. It doesn't have to be perfectly smooth, but yeah, it's one of the things I've loved about getting to know the people in the art community over here as I meet more people. It's, man, everybody that I've met anyway has been so friendly and encouraging. And you know, you go visit a new stream and, hey, let's look and see what you've been up to, like that. You just don't see that in other communities, you know. And for me, that's great because this is a lot of this is kind of therapeutic for me too. And with the anxiety disorder and everything else, I don't socialize much beyond folks in my Discord and Menchie. So it's kind of cool to see, like, there's a social outlet out here where people are just awesome, you know? There's no gatekeeping. Yeah. And again, you know, I'm sure spend enough time on here, you're going to run into a stinker or two, but it doesn't seem to be quite as prominent as, you know, other communities that I've seen where there's stinkers every other stream. where everybody's trying to compete against one another, and it's all about what can you do for me. Because I'm the type of person, man, like, and this is Bruce Odyssey was actually talking about this a bit on one of his recent streams, and I get it. I totally appreciate it. There ain't no room for fake, you know. It's cool to know that the people around you are there because they're genuinely supportive and they like what you do and you as a person, maybe, or whatever. And it's not about what they can get out of you. Because I think a lot of this, there's plenty of room for everybody. And the more supportive we are of one another, the better that is for everybody. I mean, hell, I've literally somewhat scheduled my stream so that I can hang out on somebody else's stream. Because I enjoy being there, you know? And that was one of the things when I was making my schedule. I was like, well, I definitely don't want to overlap Andy's stream too much because then I won't be able to ever hang out there. And if you've seen my streak, it don't make me choose between you and Andy. Yeah. I don't want to choose between my stream and Andy's. So. I'm just glad that I'm finally over here because, like I said, I've known of Andy and his work since I started on YouTube. I forget how I came about being introduced to him. Or if he just found me or what, but he welcomed me onto YouTube. I remember that. And I never made it to the stream because I didn't have a Twitch. And so when I finally got all that set up and started hanging out there, I'm like, well, why did it take me so long? And then hanging out on Ezram's stream yesterday, that was a blast. And if you haven't ever hung out at Bruce Odyssey's stream, man, I guess I could see where it's maybe not for everybody because he does DJ sets and stuff, and maybe some people just aren't into that kind of thing. But you know, it's seeing everybody in there just hanging out and chatting and being positive and cool with one another, and the emotes going off, and it's a vibe, man, and I totally get it. Man, he's got a lumpy butt. Look at this. I need to fix that. But this whole thing for me, I mean, it even kind of touches on it in my description or about me or whatever. It's all about having fun and being creative and learning. And in my opinion, it doesn't get much better than that. And she made the comment the other day that I'm always busy with something, and it's true. I don't understand how people get bored. I really don't. Because I will find something. As long as I'm doing something to stimulate my brain, I'm all right. So chill last night? Yeah, that was a good time. I would have hung around longer, but it was getting late and we wanted to watch an episode of our show before she had to get to bed. I've already seen it, but it's been a long time. And she'd never seen it, and I was totally down to watch it again, so we started watching Orange is the New Black. Because we finished Longmire on Netflix. Unfortunately, I didn't want it to end. That was a good show. More thunder, still no rain. Getting some storms. There's a chance of some rain later today, but I'm not entirely sure. Plus, it changes every time I look at it, so. All right, we took care of some of those lumps and bumps. General shape and place for the face. I think I'm gonna observe it for a second here. Yeah. I think the best bet now is to get those eyes formed. And then fill in this portion of the leg, which we want to kind of round out on the end, or well, the back side, I guess. It could be the face of a meerkat. Yeah. Kind of looks like Squirtle right now. With yellow eyes, anyway. Winter says he needs a hat, but I don't know. I don't think I want to do that, man. That sounds like extra work. Maybe I could do it after the fact. I don't know. Definitely don't want to do it in the midst of the process. Little tiny top hat. Well, the way the hats work on the Jerboa in game, their ears always cut through it. I don't know. Smooth that. A little bit of a divot in there. I'm getting the hang of this. You definitely have to be a little bit more gentle, like when you're smoothing and stuff, than I do with the Sculpey. Sculpey, I kind of have to press in, especially if I want to move the clay around, but this stuff, not so much. I guess you could argue it is superior. You just got to get used to it. My only complaint is when I touch Sculpey, it doesn't leave marks, and I'm going to have to like stop touching it. Need to fill in the back side of that cheek some. I think that one's good. I was like, I know this song. What is this song? You know, I was kind of shocked. I looked through multiple pre-made 80s playlists, and they were suspiciously lacking any Pat Benatar. I'm like, how do you have 80s hits and no Pat Benatar? What are you doing? No Joan Jett? Obviously, this is neither of them, but just kind of came to mind, I guess. Criminal? Right. Yes. I made sure that in this playlist, I put Pat Benatar in here. He's kind of looking cute. Already. This is unacceptable. Can't have cute stuff here. Like a scared gecko, right? Yeah. Not happy with this side. I'll shape up this nose more here in a bit too, because obviously we want it to be somewhat where it needs to be. That's what I thought. Some in excess. Starting to get hungry. Slowly taking shape. Yep. No offense, of course. No, I get. He definitely looks like a little gecko almost without the eyebrows and stuff. It definitely does. not doing like the final lip line. I'm just getting some division here so we can work it out later. Plus it kind of helps me with the general shape. You know, technically, I could wait to do the brow until after the first, I guess technically the second bake. Now that we've got, could literally throw it in like this and it'd be fine. All right, I need to take a stretch break here. Stretch break and a parachute drop. See if I can hit the target today. I whiffed it at the beginning. Just a straight drop down. Digging this playlist? I can make it public. Share it in Discord if you guys want. It is a pretty good playlist. It's mostly 80s, but there's a few 70s in there. I might add some more to it. It's about a 5-hour playlist at this point. Rigged? I'm telling you. It's compensating because I never land on the target in anybody else's stream. Yeah, no worries. Let me Feral 80 mix. Edit playlist. I'll just make it unlisted and then all right, I posted it in general. Yeah, I just threw that together this morning while I was drinking my coffee. So, you know what? This isn't even too much of a problem. Like if let's say I were to bake it and I'm like, "Oh, the lip shape, it's fine." Drip some clay over that, shape it out, good to go. Got to keep reminding myself this is not the final form. Not used to sculpting like this, but it's time. I think after I get up and stretch, because I still haven't done that, I think we'll start filling in these legs. I'll start smoothing that out a little bit. And then we'll give everything a good little pass over and make sure he's ready to put in the oven before I do it, you know? Ooh, some talking heads. Another one of my favorite bands from the 80s. All right. Clouds are rolling in. Oh no. I'm going to check the weather here. What's this supposed to do? Scattered thunderstorms. A few storms may be severe. Oh boy. Oh, that's tomorrow. Today, partly cloudy. High of 85. But tomorrow it's only supposed to be a high of 79, so not great, but not 90 either. Oh no, rain. Oh no. I've been there. Plenty of walks home in the rain. The worst was walking to school in the rain. That sucked. I was an unloved child, so. This is problematic. Honestly, cannot wait to get this guy in the oven so I don't have to worry about that. It's too soft. Are we going to give him a little butthole? Got to do that, right? UK rain is unlike any other. That's the one kind of weather you guys get, right? Rain and fog? Is that how it works? Don't worry, I'm not, where I live, it's not much different. Nice weather is an oddity, so. And if it is nice out, it's probably cloudy, so. The fact that we've been getting sunshine lately is weird. Had a really light winter too, honestly. And all the people that deny climate change is a thing that I live around are like, man, I can't believe it's no. Yeah, remember that thing you don't believe in? Remember that? Well, that's not. Okay. I don't fit in well where I live. But I also have no desire to live in places where I would fit in because there's too many people. Gotta close all the windows. Oh boy. Yep. No worries. Yeah, I need to make myself a proper 90s playlist too. Some of those are pretty good, but we need to ditch the bops and the all stars, you know? Can't be having that. Also, boy bands, we don't need that in the playlist, so. That's the unfortunate downside of 90s playlists. Not to say, you know, I didn't appreciate some of the jams back in the day from NSYNC and whatnot, but some of those were catchy. But I don't want to hear them now. It's that time has passed. That ship has sailed. Yep, some safety dance. Another song that has to be included in an 80s playlist. You just have to. That is one thing. I wish some parts of me wishes that I got to experience the 80s as a teenager. You know, although maybe that would have been bad. Probably would have been bad. No rain got in. Well, that's good. We have a bit of a overhang off the roof there, thankfully, that mostly prevents the rain from getting in, unless it's blowing real bad. Hey, he's come a long way today, I will say. Get a lot of progress done. Some Depeche Mode, another great band. Boarded panel's nearly done. Nice. Everybody's making some progress today. Look at that. And tomorrow we got an Andy stream to watch. I will say I never thought I'd be having so much fun on Twitch, but I'm very much enjoying my time. And I never thought sculpting on stream. Let me turn my headset down so I'm not yelling. And again, let me know if any of the songs get loud. I can turn it down. But yeah, one of the reasons why it took me so long to move stuff over onto Twitch as well. When I was doing the YouTube stuff exclusively before the hiatus, you know, I looked at what, you know, I knew Andy streamed, and I think I even said something to him like, props to you, man. I don't think I could do that live because I feel like I would never get anything done. Because I'd be paying attention to chat constantly or what have you, and I think I do pretty good for the most part. And it's a lot of fun, to be honest. Like, I had fun sculpting when it was just me off camera, or not off camera, but not on stream and filming it for YouTube videos. I'd have stuff playing in the background. I was watching Parks and Rec and the Harry Potter series of movies and Marvel movies from time to time or what have you. I think I had some Daredevil playing in the background at one point, but it's different, you know. It's definitely cool hanging out with people. Listening to music and chatting. I enjoy it now that I'm doing it. There is a little bit, you know, I feel a little bit of like, oh, I gotta do this perfect the first time. I don't want anybody to see my mistakes. But it's all part of the process. Everybody makes mistakes, and I'm sure everybody that makes sculptures runs into situations where they're like, oh, this sucks, and they have to like tear a piece off and redo it or whatever. Hell, I know one of the guys I watch on YouTube, North of the Border. You know, there's multiple instances where he's goofed or screwed himself in the process and has to like amputate a leg. I think that even happened to C not long ago, where he made two right shoes or something like that. Or no, shoes were on the wrong feet, so he had to perform a surgery. It happens, you know. I once made two right hands on accident. What was that? Was that Jack? It might have been my Santa Jack. I made two right hands on accident when I was putting them on. I'm like, wait, something's not right here. And then I realized, like, you idiot. You didn't flip the hand when you were using the other one as a guide. Probably a result of, you know, watching something and being slightly high while sculpting back then. Maybe a combination. Done that with Busk on my new course. Yeah, you know, you just get into a flow and you don't think about like, oh, I'm thinking like, oh, I need two hands and I'm using this one as reference. And then the next thing I know, I've got two of the exact same thing and I needed opposites. I like this song. Kim Carnes. There's a peeling scratch in her voice, huh? I need some more Fleetwood Mac in here, though. I think there's like one or two songs. Granted, we'd be kind of going into the 70s range, but it's fine. It's fine. I was overreacting when I told him he needed his raincoat. That summer now it won't rain. Oh boy. Mom was right. But you know, you probably won't ever get that admission, right? At least from my experience, I have a 18-year-old that unfortunately is not really around. As a result of the usual pomp and circumstance, I suppose, that present when it comes to divorces when the other person is unreasonable. Love this song? Yeah, this is a good song. At the risk of sounding old, I just don't think new music does it anymore. And there's some good new stuff out there, don't get me wrong, but I think the most of it is ugh. There's definitely some talent out there, but and there's a lot of people I don't understand how they got a record deal in the first place, you know? That's a spool empty? All through it, huh? This is the last. I'll have a box of clay empty. But I think it's going to serve us more than enough today. I think we're going to wait on the brow detail. I think I'd like to get him in the oven before I do that. I also want to sculpt a little alien guy at some point, and I might save that because I thought it'd be cool to do. Here's one thing I wanted to do for a long time. Do a sculpt that's encased in resin. Problem is, I've never worked with resin, and that's terrifying. Because if that pour goes bad, the sculpt is ruined. And that sounds awful. But I think it'd be cool to have like a little alien creature that I sculpt and encase that in resin, like it's like a test tube chamber kind of thing. Ooh, this song jams. I love it. Just while I was refilling the bobbin. What is a bobbin? Oh no. Oh, there's the dog medicine alarm. A little spool that goes in the bottom of the sewing machine. Oh, okay. You have to forgive me. I know very little about sewing. I can stitch up a tear or something, but never really used a sewing machine. My grandparents, like, well, my great grandmother was a quilter. My mother has followed suit in that. And then my grandmother, she sewed quite a bit, but I was a young boy. I wasn't paying attention. I wanted to go run around outside and make a mess, I guess. That being said, I've actually nearly broke down and bought a sewing machine here recently to have for some various things. Forget what it was now. All right. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here so I can go give the dog her meds and hopefully she hasn't puked more. I like to call my machine a temperamental female dog. So they're like printers, basically. Same energy. Sort the fur baby. Yep. Yep. I'm going to go check on her real quick. I will be right back here in just a moment. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. Hooray, no vomit. Oh, sorry, Jenny, I missed that. Charlie's asking what animal it is, and I've forgotten already. It's a jerboa, but not like modeled on the current existing jerboa. It's the Ark Survival Evolved version. Ark Survival Ascended, whichever, because there's two versions of the same game now, because while I like the game, I'm not a big fan of the people that make it. But yeah, I didn't do a very good job of warning Jenny about the thunder. I know. Already letting us down. Yeah, the Jenny, I don't know if you saw any of the streams where Menchie and I were playing a game together. But the map that we have our server on right now is a desert map, and that's where these guys were introduced into the game. And when that map came out, and they will actually make noises, because you can tame them and have them as pets and carry them around on your shoulder. But they will warn you if there's any kinds of storms coming. And if anybody's interested, it is a PC. It's PC, Steam version specifically, because it's modded. But we do have a modded Ark server up. It's technically two, but I wouldn't recommend the island one right now, because in the near future, that one's going to be switched over to the next map. Not super soon, but soon enough that I wouldn't want anybody to get started on it now, only to find out that it's going to be changing, you know? But yeah, there's a channel in the Discord for the Ark server. We have a separate Discord server for it, just because it's whitelisted and it's easier to handle that way. Even though it's just a small group of us, but yeah, if anybody's interested, let me know. I haven't been on Scorched Earth quite enough, honestly. Been busy with everything else. Need to get on. Hopefully this weekend, Menchie and I can get some time and play. Modded Ark is fun. Yeah, Modded Ark is the best Ark. Modded Ark is best Ark. I don't like official rates. I think it's too grindy. I like to have a little bit of grind, but I don't want to spend all my time just grinding resources, you know? So we got adjusted rates and some nice quality of life mods. We got baby dinos, which didn't exist in Survival Evolved except for mods. And then the developers took that and put it into the game and resold it. Some pixies. From the back, he kind of looks like a little naked chicken. Never really gotten to playing the island. Yeah, I played a little bit of the island when I first got the game. Played some of the center. Meh. Center's just like the island, if you ask me. A fancier version of the island. I like Scorched Earth. I like the map a lot and the desert theme and everything. But what I'm finding with Scorched Earth is there's just not a lot to do. Like, I feel like I've got nothing to work towards. There's one boss and 3 caves. So I'm not rushing anybody, but I'm definitely ready to move on. I wanna do aberration, but it'll be in time. Like I said, we got people playing on the server. Menchie's really enjoying the map, so I'm not gonna rush him. It's not like I have a ample amount of time to play anyway. Especially now that I have to take time to mow and do yard work on the weekends. Ugh. It's the best part about winter. I don't even know if this is 80s. Yeah, 1989. Okay. I was thinking it might have been early 90s, but I have ended up with 13 to 16 Rexes and a nice base on Scorched when I was playing with some friends. Yeah, so I have some tech Rexes that I bred out on while we were on the island, and they're monsters. They're like starting I think they're starting around level 375, and they're doing like 700 damage right out of the egg. They're beasts. So I brought those over, or at least the breeders. So I don't even have a lot of stuff to breed because I've already got our bloodline for our Rexes, which we'll probably use for the Manticore, which is the boss on that map. And, you know, Wyverns are cool, but I've also got my Rhiniothatha that I brought over because I love those things. They're so cool. Creepy, but very cool. And the breeding process is absolutely horrible, but blame the bugger who got me a Wyvern. I like Wyverns, but man, I hate having to deal with Wyvern milk and stuff. It doesn't make any sense that once you get an adult female Wyvern and you can breed them, why you can't harvest milk also. It drives me nuts. So yeah, admittedly, I kind of shot myself in the foot as far as limiting the things that I had available to do. But it just didn't make much sense for me to like struggle to try to find the Rexes that I wanted and try to breed them out again when I'd already put so much time into it on the other map and had such a good line, you know? We also have the Shiny Dinos mod, and on the island I have a radioactive Phiomia, and with the radioactive shinies, you can actually pulse radiation right before you enable mating, and it increases your chances of mutations. So that helps tremendously. Plus, shiny dinos are fun because it gives you like something to go look for and do. And then even if you don't want to tame them, if you kill them, you get special stuff. Random little special things. I was very slowly taming Rexes up until I got it. Yeah. It's a slow process, especially just trying to find the ones you want, especially tech Rexes, because I've seen very few tech Rexes on Scorched. All right, so in the last hour here today, we're going to shape up this nose a little bit more. Also, this song was in one of the best music montage sequences in film. Anybody know which one I'm referring to? We can be friends. Obviously, if you're watching on the VOD, you have no idea what I'm talking about. You don't know? Donnie Darko. You've seen it too? Yeah. We watched it not too long ago because uh I've seen it plenty of times, but somehow Minchie had never seen it. And she told me, I was like, "What? We're fixing that." Again, this isn't like the final mouth line, but this is going to give us the definition we need to go back in later. And add the lips and whatnot. It's very odd and dark. Oh yeah. Yep. I never bothered with the sequels, but I love the first one. But yeah, that song played towards the beginning of the movie, and it's kind of it's a music montage that kind of serves to introduce some of the characters around the school. It's just so well done and so cool. And you got like the needle drop moment there when it starts. It's so good. Sorry if I'm out of frame here. I'm just trying to get this shaped up. Never guess what Charlie said it looks like. What? Oh, the gecko? Yeah, it's amazing what a lack of fur texture makes things look like, right? And ears, for that matter. And a proper nose. But like I said, once we get the button nose on there, and I might no, you know what? We'll just build off of that, and then we'll put the lip flaps down and define this out more. Skin flaps, you know? Said we think alike. I think I will probably hold off on baking until tomorrow. Just so that gives me like the next 24 hours to stare at it off and on. See if there's anything I need to correct. or anything that I think might become a problem after it's baked for the future portions of sculpting. And then, like I said, Thursday will be set to go on starting on more of the detail. And the brows, that's going to help make it not look like a gecko for sure. And then we'll probably start on the ears on Thursday. That way I can actually drill in for placement, and we're not sticking it into soft clay. So any resistance isn't going to like warp anything. And since we're going to be putting layers of clay over top already, it'll be an easy blend. So what, tune? What is tune? And then I'm not going to do any more on his arms until we're a little bit further along. In fact, we can trim these a little bit. A little bit tough to get in there. Remember, you can't glue them back on now? Oh no, yeah, we're totally fine. That's probably still a little bit too much. Maybe. We'll get to that point. We'll do any trimming necessary once we get the rest of the forearm. Then we'll build the hand off of that. Yep, that's good. That's good. I think we've made some good progress today. I think he's looking right right about where he needs to look. Like I said, once we, you know, add the brows and start working out the facial details and everything, get the ears attached, he'll really start to come together at that point. Don't want this to be squared off because he's not a pig. Yeah, arguably could probably add a few more Queen songs here. Well, hey, if nothing else, I know that if I want to ever sculpt any Pokemon, I'm fine with it. I think we do all right with some Pokemon. Yeah. I need to find a way to adjust this camera some. Let's see, can I? Oh, that's somewhat better. Yeah, that's better. What do we think, chat? We getting there? Can we see it starting to look like, you know, think adding hair and ears and a nose? Starting to look like a Jerboa? We're getting there. I think I'm happier with it than I expected I would be at this point. That's for sure. So I think getting the ears on and adding fur is going to be huge. For sure. Process? Yep. Charmander? Yeah. Yeah, it's got some Charmander vibes going right now, doesn't he? I should do some Pokemon. I've never really been a huge Pokemon fan, honestly, but they're fun. And I know there's a lot of Pokemon fans out there, so maybe one day. You know, unless Nintendo comes after my soul. But so far, I didn't have any problems with my Mario plant, the Piranha plant. I didn't have any problems with the Korok. So mostly was concerned by the use of music, even though it wasn't official music, but do your own twist on them, darken them up some. Yeah, that'd be cool. Dark Pokemon. You know, I was talking about north of the border. He did some cool stuff with Pokemon sculpts. He made some that looked like they were popping out of cards. It was pretty cool. That man I don't understand how there's no way in hell he has a life. Because he sculpts a new project and does a video for it and releases the videos every single week. You know, he's missed some weeks, but still. That's insane. That is insane. Like, I know how long it takes to do this stuff, and I know how long it takes to edit. And I edit pretty quickly considering. And it's still a long time. And that's why I'm kind of happy to be doing my thing here on Twitch as well. Because I can make YouTube like a back of my mind kind of thing. Like, I enjoy doing it and I do it consistently, but it's not like my sole driving thing. My primary focus is on doing the work right here on stream. And that definitely helps get me away from worrying about that stupid algorithm on YouTube. Although I'm kind of afraid to see what the end results are after my video goes live on Friday, because it's been so long since a video's gone live on the channel. I'm kind of worried that the algorithm has completely forgotten me. So we'll see. Also, I'm bound and determined. Obviously, he can do what he wants, chat, but bound and determined to convince Andy to do showcase videos. I think you should. I get not wanting to edit, but like if you do like a 2-minute showcase video, I think he could really pay off from that, you know? He should show off his work for sure. But yeah, I totally get it. Editing takes time, and that's time you could be spending on other things. That's why I do it at night when I can't do anything else. Is North on Twitch? Nah, he only does videos. It'd be cool if he did a live stream. One's cool. Yeah. Yeah, North of the Border on YouTube. He was actually one of the first sculpting channels I found when I got back into sculpting. And I instantly loved his channel because it seems like he and I have similar taste in things. And an appreciation for weird. Because some things he makes are pretty weird. Lately, he's been not like consistently lately, like all the time or anything, but he did a video in the past, and then I think it was this past week he did another one where he's making like his own little custom Lego figures out of cosplay. And he's made like little molds so they can all like pop together with actual Legos and everything else. Pretty cool. But yeah, he's a big channel. I think he's over 1 million subscribers at least. I just, oh my God, I don't know how he does it. It's a lot of time. I have to wonder if he does multiple projects at a time at this point, because to stay ahead, you'd almost have to, I feel like. You found him? Yeah, I like his production style too. Very similar to my own preferences. But like I said, it just takes right now. I think the best thing for me to do is, because I know some people really like the way I was doing my videos, but right now I feel like the best thing I can do is just make sure the content's getting out, condense down my workflow so I can focus on actual projects as opposed to the product of projects, you know. And in time, if the views justify the amount of time I put in to edit those types of videos, then maybe I'll revisit that or hire an editor, you know. That's just, I don't know. I have a hard time coming to terms with that idea, because I do like to edit and I like to add my own, uh, you know, personality to it, I guess. Plus, if I were to have somebody edit for me, it would have to be somebody that I really trust. Smooth out these legs, and I think we're getting to a pretty good stopping point for today. Pretty happy with the progress. I know it doesn't look like a lot, but we definitely got a lot done. There's a lot of shaping and blending that happened here today. Lots. All right, that's getting too soft. I need to leave that be. I decided I am gonna bring some things over from the YouTube channel for channel points. Some things, they won't be things we use regularly, but get the flock out is gonna be a thing. I already have a graphic made up for that from the videos anyway. And my clay hub thing, we'll go ahead and add that for fun too. God damn. Ah. All right. We need redeems. Yeah, I know. It's the basics. I was actually starting on setting a few of them up last night, and I realized I'm gonna actually have to convert the audio files because Twitch is very limited on what files they support. But I am definitely working on it. It was just it was at a point last night that was very close to 1 o'clock, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not converting audio files at 1 a.m. I can wait. So I'll probably work on a few of those at least between today and Thursday, I'm sure. I'm gonna have, I apologize in advance if any of these come across as loud, but let's see. Couple options for hello. And of course, yeah, you guys probably can't hear this. Mrs. Doubtfire and the Three Stooges. Oh, stand up and stretch break. Let me pause this. Stand up and stretch break redemption. Perfect, right? So that's going to be for the redemption for stretch. Stand up and stretch. Take a stretch break, whatever. Waiting to hear the mine turtle. Oh, God. I like trains. And then, let's see, I've got a list of things that I was thinking. Hello and a goodbye, of course. The stand up and stretch, a hydrate, of course. The clay hub pop up and get the flock out. And I also want to do some fun stuff with like ravens flying across, or got a little UFO graphic I can make fly across the screen. That would be fun. And I was also thinking about a thing where you could like summon in some of my other previous sculpts, like little pictures of them or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll work to these things slowly. Add to them over time. Speaking of sewing things the wrong way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Was there a goof? Goofs happen. It's part of the experience. All right. Yep. I think instead of sitting here fiddling with him, he's at a good spot. And we're approaching that time today. Shall we go say hello to someone? Which wouldn't let me chat for a minute? Uh-oh. Why? What? That's weird. Was it saying disconnected from chat out of curiosity? Or connecting to chat, rather? I've been noticing that a lot. Jerboa looks good. Thanks, Fire Shadow. He's definitely getting there. He's starting to look like a thing. Not just a mess. I call that a win. Yeah, it did? Okay. I think Twitch is having some issues lately with that, with their chat server. Because I've seen that happening quite a bit on my end as well. I did find out I know what was causing it with Opera specifically, because the VPN on Opera was on. I turned that off and it's been fine. But like, even in Firefox, I've seen it where like it just connecting to chat for no reason whatsoever. Have to close down the app and restart. Oh, on the app even. Wow. It's my understanding that Twitch's app is always, while it's been more functional than other streaming services, it's always had problems. Unfortunately. It does seem like when I've used it recently, it seems like it's been a lot better than it was in the past. Looks like he might be trying to take a dump on something. Well, part of that is because he's not standing the way he will stand, but yeah. So he'll be more upright. Besides, Jerboas are always like crouched over. Unless they're standing up like that. And I don't want him standing up like that because then he's going to be too tall. And we're already working with a 6-inch base, I think. Because of the tail, primarily. I wanted to have a bigger base so it's not hanging over the edge and then clipping on things and snagging on stuff. Also, Jenny, I know that you made the comment on Andy's stream that having the chat on screen was beneficial. Does it help having it down at the bottom on the screen here? Definitely? Okay, good. That's what I was thinking. Like folks watching it on mobile or TV in full screen, I know for a fact from experience that then you don't see chat, and then when you toggle chat, it kind of looks goofy sometimes. So I figured, why not? The horizontal chat's out of the way. It's not blocking anybody's view. It takes up very minimal screen real estate. So I've added it across all of the full screen views. But let's hop over here. I'm going to take these gloves off so I don't get clay residue all over my mouse pad. Gross. Look at that. That's what happens when you have hot hands. It's nasty. Hold on one second. What are you doing? Oh, goofball. Let's take a look. And see who is streaming. Sweaty palms, mom spaghetti. My monitor timed out on my other PC where my bot runs. I can't see it. I'm back. Okay, who's streaming? Who am I following that's live? Oh. Well, this is pretty easy. Let's see. Oh, I need to set up a button for this over here. You guys want to go say hello to Be at Easel? Oh, good. If we got an advertisement. Everybody loves advertisements. 90-second ad breaks coming up in 5 minutes. Oh, is it? No, it's not. Yes, love her. Yeah, she's great. Does this sound good to everybody? I know that we've got a Frankenstein Geico ad at the moment. There we go. Her work is incredible, by the way. Absolutely incredible. I've been stuck editing podcasts all day, but the Jerboa is coming along. Hey, Richie. Good to see you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're making progress. I'm feeling good about them. Better than I did yesterday. Better than I did yesterday. Editing podcasts sounds fun. I saw her start this painting too. Yes, I think I was there as well. I'm not sure who we raided in with, but yeah. Yes, we'll get the raid messages here in just a moment. If you're not subbed to the channel, ignore that one because that's for subs. If you're not subbed to the channel, there you go. So we got our sub raid and our non-sub raid. Non-sub raid's the bottom one, of course, there. If you want to get those copied, we will be going over to Be at Easel's channel to give a hearty hello. And go ahead and throw those in the chat when we get over there. But before we do, again, throwing some links at you in the chat. There's the Discord. Maybe. Okay, I got to fix that. Let's go over here. There's the Discord. Best place for all the latest updates on the stream, news on upcoming projects, all that good stuff. And we're in there hanging out even when the stream isn't live. We'd love to have you be a part of it. Just keep in mind when you do join, you'll be sitting in a little waiting room until I manually assign the role just to keep the scammers and spammers and unscrupulous types out. But I'll get to you right away. I check it every time after stream and I check it randomly throughout the day. So if I see you, I'll assign the Ravens role and you'll be good to go. And throw in a link to the Feral Moon Designs YouTube channel. You can catch all my projects over there and their completed forms and some of the process as well. VODs are also going on to the secondary channel, the FeralMoonTV YouTube channel. And then you can actually find those on the main channel as well in the playlist. So all of that stuff is there. The candle showcase comes out this Friday afternoon, so be on the lookout for that. But let's hop over here. I've got some thank yous to say. I do believe. First and foremost, I know we have a thank you for Alvendon Gaming for that raid. Thank you so much for that and everybody that came along. If you enjoyed the stream, consider hitting that follow button and join us next time. I'll be back at it on Thursday, continuing the Jerboa. I'm taking tomorrow off. Wednesdays are a no stream day for me. But we'll be back on Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time and continuing on through at least 5 p.m. Eastern Time and see how much we can get done. Other thank yous, we got Radiant Moon with the follow, Silver Moonlight with the follow. Thank you all so much. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. And lurkers, thank you. Appreciate you very much. But yeah, that's it for me. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. Have a great Wednesday, and hopefully I'll see you back here on Thursday. Guys, get ready for that raid. I'm going to queue it up now, and we will go say hello to Be at Easel. Let's see. Be at Easel. There she is. Starting up the raid. And once again, the non-sub raid call and the raid call in the chat now. Get those copied. I'm going to do the same. Hopefully. I'm getting lost in the sauce over here. And by the sauce, I mean everything that I'm doing right now. Mute, mute, mute. Oh, God. I can't get it. There we go. Whew. All right, I got my own raid call ready. All right, guys, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. I will see you over at Be at Easel's channel. Welsh Jenny, have a great rest of your day today. Thank you so much for hanging out. Fire Shadow, have a good one. Richie, Rose. Am I missing anybody? Anybody out there lurking? Thank you guys, all of you, each and every one. Thank you guys so much for all the support. I had a blast today. I hope you did too, and I'll see you back here Thursday. Later, guys. Take care.